Hey everyone, welcome back to SNHU Esports. Tonight it is going to be a double header. So the first game is going to be SNHU Pearl against Sapphire. So we're going to have a nice little EEC matchup between both our teams. Following that, depending on when we get done and how long this goes, there will be another game that starts at 8, and that will be Sapphire against UAH Blue in the NECC. But yeah, control first one up. We're gonna go to Lijiang. Pretty standard in terms of everything. I mean, Lijiang's just one of those maps where it's super simple. Everyone likes it. Plenty of options, opportunities. We saw some of the teams during the LAN struggle to get onto this point, especially when players have it pretty well locked down. Kind of curious to see what the two teams' composition is going to be like. So Pearl is gonna take Cassidy out for this match, and Jetpack Cat is also going to get banned. So we're not gonna see a high noon, even though it's not really what it's called. We're not gonna see the high noon. We're not gonna see anyone get grabbed and yeeted off the map, at least not by the cat. Still opportunities for someone to get blasted off the side of the map with one trick playing a Lucio. And we're going to go into this first game of control here. Blavish, though, going to go for the Wrecking Ball. That should be interesting. We already have Kitsune here. Already trying to get a couple of early hits over onto Sapphire over here. Crazy Cat go playing on the far, across the board. I mean, we got one trick on the Lucio, so that's when they're going to be a little bit more of a worry about that. You see, so far, no one is really playing their off rolls, but we do have Kremron back in the lineup finally. Kitsune there going to get picked off by Kremron as that point now is captured and opened. We do see Blavish sitting off to the side, and we do have Kremron Frog there going to snipe Crazy Cat out of the air there. Kremron going to take out Kitsune. So we do have a little bit of everyone just kind of going everywhere. Both of the SNHU teams here obviously get coached by the same people, so fairly similar in terms of composition when they kind of look up for the all that fun stuff. We have Kremron Frog here trying to go after one trick. One trick they're going to get away, and we do some kind of rushing in, going after the tank there, the Orisa. As Pokemon's here, just gonna go after it, gonna take out one trick there. That's going to at least slow everyone down, and Burbit and Pokemon's there both gonna get eliminations, taking out the tank as well. But we do see Crazy Cat does have that ultimate ready as well. So we'll see how it goes here, as we do see both the tanks just staring each other down. There's Blavish throwing out the mine ultimate. That is going to be causing with Kremlin there is going to get that EMP off. And there is the far all Crazy Cat gonna get two individuals, going to get multiple individuals there. Looks like there's gonna be a team kill for Sapphire here. Could be maybe a little bit of swap up there as Burbit and the Mitsu and Fives are going to take out Crazy Cat. That's going to leave SNHU without one of their DPS and their flyers. However, Kitsune there did get revealed by Kremron. Still trying to go after. Going to be able to get away. That Sombra does go back to Invis. We see that Terra Surge, though, is up as well. One trick and the Sombra there both have ultimates as well. Blavish, you're getting stuck and going to get hacked there, and it's going to get hammered away. That's not going to be unfortunate. There's the sound barrier coming out from one trick. One trick now going to run around here, try to get a little bit of the flank on, maybe going after some of the squishier players. See Kremlin here trying to getting a little bit harassed there by Kitsune, but is going to get quickly going to turn the table there. And that's going to force. No one's really losing this point right now. I mean, Pearl here is held pretty well onto that point. There are Pokemons that are going to fall now. And that is going to allow Pearl or Sapphire here to swap over that point.
This ends now. Who's next?
Coming there is going to be able to snipe out Grimrun as he tries to go through that little door opening. SNHU or Sapphire just trying to get a little bit more, and they are going to manage to get pushed off the point here. And Pearl is now going to take control of this point. And I mean, Pearl right now is sitting at 65%. So you see Pokemon going after one trick, tries to throw that spear down. There is the Aerodonut coming out from Blobfish there, taking out Bribbit. So there is now not a Lucio down. And Fives there almost falls off, but just has enough to teleport back there. We see now 2 Oristas. There is that Terra Surge coming out. No one's going to fall to that Terra Surge. Blobfish taking out Fives. Pokemons that are going to fall to a lot of people on Sapphire, and that is going to swap off as Sapphire here going to play a little bit more aggressive, try to keep people off this point. Kusene, though, is sitting on that point that's going to reset that timer. There's Kusene Rush coming out, and there we go. Sapphire going to take this first round of control.
Score 1-0. Ready for battle. Mission readiness protocols engaged. I'm good to go.
We'll give it all we've got and hope that's enough.
We do have Krumrick pulling out a Bastion, which is something we don't particularly see. Pearl, though, going to keep their same lineup, and Blobfish here are going to pull out the Reinhardt. So we'll have a little bit of a different initiation here. As we see Blobfish just pushing forward and allowing Sapphire really to just push in and start these engagements. As you see Grimrun here just firing rounds down at the Orisa. And meanwhile, I mean, going in is going to go for that dive, is going to pick up Pokemons, but it may not be able to finish it, and it's going to at least be able to finish off that engagement there. Turning on to Fives there. Fives is going to get picked off, and that is going to be Blobfish here falling back. Sapphire there pushed up through that gate. A little bit of health going on. They managed to get at least one of the pick, and there is one trick as he starts to push someone off, and then is also going to fall to death, as well as both the teams here just having a might as well be an intramural match here at this point. Sapphire does have control of this point, as they're just really just having a little bit of fun here. We see Crum that run there is going to take out Bribbit. Now is turning on to the opposing DPS. Crazy Cat dropping out, going to dive on to the Pokemons. He's going to quickly get off of that, as we do see Ryan. Blobfish there going to fall as Fives gets the last bit of damage on. As we do see everyone trying to go after one trick right now, sitting back as one trick space, just causing a giant distraction. So it's going to at least put Sapphire down one of their healers going forward here. So they're going to have to figure out at least some way of getting this to work. If you see that charge, going to go after the Fives there. Skrima now dealing with the Ash, sitting at that high spot. It's going to go into turret mode, but going to go to mobile tank mode here. There's Blobfish here moving towards that point. There's that Terra Surge up, and there's Bastion Alt. Gonna send it up. It's not quite able to get anyone. See Crazy Cat diving in there on the Vendetta. And there's the Terra Surge coming out, and it's gonna pick off Blobfish there. As Zenyatta is gonna get picked off with the C5. They're staying alive due to that damage multiplier right now. Just letting heal come up for Fog here. There is a Kusene Rush coming out, and that is the flip over for Sapphire. You see Kermit there going to get picked off by Vendetta, and that's going to leave Kitsune here as one of the lone DPS. Seabuff is trying to do a dive in, isn't quite able to finish it. Does pick off Bribbit there, so there is no more Zenyatta going forward. And that is going to keep them at least from going forward. And it looks like Graham here has picked up that rocket ammo perks. Now all of his rounds, instead of just being a minigun, he just is a mobile rocket launcher. See here, there is a slew of chaos going through on these builds, trying to keep them away from this point. Pearl is just, I don't even know, slowly making progress to the point here. Sapphire just trying to do as much damage as possible. You see, Roman there is going to get taken out by Crumple Frog, and so there's the ultimate coming out from the mine, and Glove is there going to take out several people. Now, One Trick though is on the Mercy, so there is now a now we do have a res for Sapphire here as that clock gets ever closer at 99%, and that is it for the control round. Sapphire here going to take the first point. See, which is the play of the game? It's gonna be crazy. Oh, it's probably gonna be that ultimate in the Zhang Tower. Goes down here, flies through. We do see it. Just jumps up. There is the ultimate coming out. Takes out like 3 people there. Takes out a 4th. 4 eliminations, 2 from the ultimate, 2 from the other. Pretty entertaining match to begin with here. So Sapphire there is going to take the first round. It's going to be pretty entertaining to see. However, it is now going to be Pearl's pick. I'm kind of curious to see what the other team is going to go with. So, pretty interesting to see what's going to happen. We saw Sapphire pull out some heroes that we don't normally see from them, so it's always pretty entertaining. I can't remember the last time I really saw One Trick playing a Mercy. So I mean, overall, pretty much or pretty good entertaining match. I mean, there's not too much that you can these ones. I mean, you have both the teams, so it's kind of hard to really like you can try to counter your own teammates, but you both have the same practice schedules and everything like that. It's not too much you can do there. And looks like it's gonna be Circuit Royale, so we're gonna see some escort. Just to see how these teams do on escort with this so correction, it is going to be on King's Row instead of Circuit Royale. So well, that also means it's going to be a hybrid, not an escort. Slightly different game mode, same concept, you know. Just with hybrid, you just gotta like get that first checkpoint and control the map there. Get that payload to spawn. I can only imagine what comms are going to be like at this point for the teams. We're not going to see Sombra or a Wrecking Ball this game for the bans. So, not too crazy. I mean, the Wrecking Ball ban on Blobfish isn't gonna do a whole lot. We don't normally see Blobfish really grab Wrecking Ball. And Sombra, I mean, that's probably a bit more of a hard hitter because we do have people on both teams that can play the Sombra. But we should be getting ready to go into the match fairly shortly, as it looks like the players here ready to do their selections, at least for their initial spawn. So I'm kind of curious to see if at some point Sapphire might roll swap around, maybe. Though there it goes, because I mean, roll was fairly even. I mean, obviously Sapphire did get both of them, but oh no, there is now the Jetpack Cat carrying around the Roadhog. Blobfish there just tries to go for that hook. Isn't quite able to finish anyone off. But as there are now two Jetpack Cats carrying people around, this round is sure to be nothing but entertaining. As we do see, Pearl here is going to be on the offense first. They are going to get the first round of attack. There is Purple there is going to get hooked by the Hog. As you see both teams now starting chasing after individuals on the far side. Trying to get around, gonna go through that backside. You see Pokemon's here just firing down. Still sitting on that Orisa. Does it pick up there a little bit. Pisscat though is forced to back off there, get away. Try to continue going down. Kremlin though still sitting at that high spot. High Noon is up. And you see Fives are gonna Crazy Guy is going to take out Fives, as Pearl here is just keeping them locked into the spawn for the moment. Didn't see the High Noon didn't get too much use out of it. As Blobfish though is going to get taken out, and there is Pearl taking 3 individuals out very quickly for Sapphire, and that is going to force Sapphire here to go back on the defense as One Trick tries to do a dive. Both going to get picked off as well. And now they're going to have to run all the way back, and that's going to give Pearl the chance to capture this first objective here. And there is Blobfish that gets hooked in. Probably a more beneficial to hook the opposing Roadhog. And at least for Sapphire here, as we see everyone sitting on this high ground, and that timer is now stopped as Kermit here going after Kermit the Frog here is going to get picked off. See a slew of everyone just fighting in these small spaces, and no one is safe right now. As you see, One Trick there did grab someone. Cassina here sitting in the back, just trying to do a little bit of poke damage with the Ash's main weapon here. There's only 60 seconds remaining, and there we go. Pokemon Zero is going to pick off Crazy Cat, as we do now have Hog going into Hogs. There is the ultimate from not Blobfish. Pokemon's going to come out. He's going to take out Blobfish with that ultimate. Going after that ultimate now is over. You see that the barrier coming out is going to get hooked there on by Pokemon's there, going to take Umbra out. And you see SNHU here forced to back off a little bit, as there is now someone sitting on that first point.
This ends.
From you're gonna get picked off. We do have the tracer on there is Crim Run. Or Crazy Cat, they're gonna get picked off, but it's still by enough time. Blobfish though just gets absolutely destroyed by Bob, and so does Crim Run with that ultimate from Kitsune tonight, and that is going to be the first points to Pearl here, as they now have that payload and they gotta keep it pushing. Vibes here trying to do that charge attack. Isn't gonna be able to hit anyone. No one comes from that corner. As you see Blobfish here just trying to slightly play off the angles. Blobfish though was just getting hammered by something over there. As you see one trick coming in, gonna go high. Is gonna be able to at least take out Kitsune, so that's gonna be the DPS down as Blobfish here tries to get that hook in. Gonna shoot at Pokemon's. Pokemon's now forced to back off. And a lot of those teammates there are gonna get stuck in that corner. As it's gonna give Blobfish free range just to come in and push forward. But Blobfish though gonna grab the he's gonna grab Brippet there, and Brippet gonna just instantly fall to the headshot for the hook. As the immortality field is out, but is gonna get taken out now. There's be no really coming forward. At least for that time. A little bit of time there. People can down there. We do see one trick going in. I didn't quite grab someone. Thought he grabbed someone. Not quite able to.
Area denial. I'm on fire. 60 seconds remaining.
We see everyone getting trapped into this hallway. It's one trick and he's just scaring people around. He's going to be able to dash out of there. Not quite able to finish anyone off. As Sapphire happens to just be trolling into the chat here. As that payload is still going forward. I mean, there's about 20 seconds left. Pokemon's there. It's going to pull out that ultimate. But there's a Zen ult coming out. So everyone's going to get some health there. No one's going to be able to get picked off. Not quite able to finish off Blobfish. Blobfish also has an ultimate as well. Gonna quickly turn. Trying to play catch up on this payload. As there's that immortality field coming out. As well as that window. And the Crim Run there going to try to for that hook. From the Pokemon. Does have the ultimate out now. And there is the overtime running out. And that is going to be it for this first round.
Score 0-1. Switching sides. Initiating match.
Kind of curious to see what Sapphire is going to do for this first push.
Ready for battle.
You see, we have the Widow. There's an Ash. Blobfish going to the Reinhardt. Winter staying on the Jetpack Cat on the Kitsune Kiriko. We do see 5 there carrying the Pokemons around. Just gonna sit at the very top door. Tries to go after. Tries to like working. It doesn't work that way. As that wall comes up, it's gonna stop Blobfish from being carried there. You see Kerman here going high. Tries to go for a snipe. No one's in that opening there as those turrets now going to get quickly picked off. Going after the Baptiste. Baptiste, though, Umbra is going to take out Burbot. Grimon, they're going to take out Kitsune, and that's going to be quickly Pearl here, slowly losing their manpower. And Bloffish, though, is going to get caught on the other side of that ice wall. He's going to go in for a charge. Doesn't look like he gets anything out of the charge, but at least going to... Oh, tries to go for the May. May did the ice block. Made herself an icicle just so they wouldn't take any damage. Halo, though, is moving forward as you see Pokemon here are going to get lifted up into the air. Kitsune swapped over to the Bastion. Trying to get rid of some of the flyers a little bit more. Pokemon's there. Gonna go for side. Might be getting ready for a hook. Gonna try the hook. He's gonna be able to hook Umbra there, but Umbra throws out that immortality field and it's going to save him. As there is the Widow ult coming out. As Graham now is just peeking this corner, is going to at least get the assist there. Going to go high as Kermit and Kitsune, or Kermit the Frog there, is going to fall as Pokemon now rushing around the corner, trying to get away. One Trick does have that ultimate, though, for Jetpack Cat, so someone's getting here is likely to get grabbed. We see Bluffish, though, going for a charge, gets through that immortality field, or not immortality field, but the window. That payload now is getting closer to this checkpoint as One Trick just grabs Kitsune and just throws him off the ledge. And game 2 is going to go to Sapphire. Let's see the play of the game.
Play of the game.
It's going to be Grim Run.
Taking flight. Melted down. This ends now. Take them. Glad you stuck with it.
And like I said, game 2 going to go to Sapphire. So we at least have one more game to go. For this, as it looks like Sapphire here might be actually potentially playing some off rolls here, just to make it a little bit more interesting. So, pretty interesting. But it's going to be Pearl's option again. We kind of saw just everyone kind of just doing really weird, bizarre tricks we never would see in a normal match, just because they're literally are both of our teams playing each other. So they get to have a little bit of fun with it. Just try out something new. Definitely was not expecting to see the Bastions come out. I mean, we saw Widow, kind of makes sense. I wasn't expecting both Roadhogs to get carried by their Jetpack Cats to the doorways there. We have that Ryan that comes out. Next one, though, coming up is going to be Escort, and it's going to be Circuit Royale. So we'll see a nice little Escort to round this one up. Pearl does need to win round if they want to keep going. That'll be pretty entertaining time. See what exactly they're going to be doing going forward here, especially if Sapphire does just elect to yeah, we're gonna start mix matching some of our positions, try to just get something rolling. So there's going to be no Kiriko, and there's not going to be any Ashes in this next round. So, I mean, kind of slightly annoying. You're going to lose the Susu, so you're not going to be able to cleanse anything. Ash, I mean, you're going to lose your mythical 6th teammate, Bob. So it's it's gonna leave a pretty wide roster going forward. I mean, you'll probably see. I mean, Junkrat maybe if you really wanted just to play someone kind of like off, just throw bombs everywhere. Junkrat probably wouldn't be a bad one going into this one. Probably was maybe a Genji, could see a Genji, or Hanzo. That'd be kind of entertaining to see someone pull out a Hanzo and just shoot the arrows at people. Everything is getting ready to begin. Looks like the players are getting ready to spawn in as they're all starting to make clicking sounds everywhere. As we do now have some role swaps here. We see Blobfish on DPS. One Trick gonna go to DPS. Crimrun is going to support. Umbra staying on support. Crazy Cat there sitting on that tank with the Zarya. We see Ana. Mercy, we got Domina, and Omre, and obviously the Widow.
That wasn't very nice.
So, yeah, how these teams go is we do have Sapphire here is gonna be once again on the defense. Tries to go for that snipe. On Crazy Cat, isn't gonna quite be able to get it. One Trick though, just waiting outside the spawn point, and it's just hammered the opening. Dominia though, gonna get caught all alone here by Crazy Cat. Crazy Cat, they're gonna take them out, and One Trick here is going up high. Still Invis is gonna go after. He's gonna get that sabotage. Is gonna force everyone to back off, back into the spawn point here. As Dominia now coming back out. As we do have Kisane landing a few hits here. Blobfish though sitting on the backside waiting for people to come around this corner. As Kermit the Frog there is finally taking that flank and is going to be dealing with Kermit, or not Kermit, but Crimrun there for a little bit. The Pokemon's here gonna get caught off guard, going after Crimrun. Crimrun here is gonna be sending attacks towards them as we see One Trick going invis. To use at least get an escape here. As that payload now is still moving forward. Pokemon's though pushing forward, gonna hit that bubble of Zarya's as there's that shield coming up now. It's, like I said, it's pretty annoying with that shield because each of those little square segments has their own individual health, which is super, super annoying. One Trick here getting ready to go. Tries to get around something, but did get spotted before it. Now going after 5, trying to take out Diana here. At least force them to lose some of their supports. Blobfish is going to take out Kitsune, but Brevet there going to be pulling up a res, and there is the ultimate coming out from Blobfish. You can see everyone trying to counter snipe here. Almost gets taken out themselves. That payload is just not moving at all. Still under 2 minutes left in this first round here. You see Blobfish coming up and just point blanks the Dominia there. As you do see, there's going to be taken out. And there comes the EMP coming out, the hacked everyone in that area, not really able to use their abilities. Unfortunate, as Pokemon's now going to go forward, and we do have Ribbit getting that res on Kitsune, who's swapped off of the Widow and has gone to Sojourn. As the teams here are just doing their little off rolls, you know, we see Crazy Cat going in on Ribbit, and looks like they've forced majority of Pearl or Sapphire here at least off. However, they're getting close here. If you see One Trick going after Sojourn, is going to do quick invis, dive around, get away from everything, go back in. As now Sapphire here finally come back in. We do see Crazy Cat going on to the Magda. And now SNHU here A little bit of thing going on. There's Magda now. Every time we do this damage, that is going to be a little bit of a health bonus, and does take out Privet. So now there's no res. There's one healer down. We see right here going up the air, ends it all out, and it's just firing down, taking Magda down. Magda now has got that debuff there, not gonna be able to heal anyone as the payload is now approaching that checkpoint. Sapphire did so well holding Pearl off for the longest time, but Pearl now going to be able to hit this checkpoint and get 2 more minutes. You see Brip there going to get taken out, and so is Fives. That means the opposing Pearl here does not have any supports up right now. As you do see Crazy Cat here swapping over to the Orisa, so pulling a Pokemon as we saw like all last game, but however is going to get chased down to Pokemon's here. Now going to be able to get that payload moving. Bob's just waiting, is going to be able to pick off Ribbit there. It looks like Sapphire here is going to be going to the back line. Took out another, trying to go after the Soldier, and is going to take out that Soldier as well. And that is going to at least force his payload back. We see Bobish take out Ribbit, just going through that defense there. And we see Crazy Cat now swapping over to the Ram, so Sapphire here is just kind of rotating through picks here to see what works out really, really well. Bobish here going to sit in that Vortex. Isn't quite able to get anyone. And we do see Cumber Fog now pushing forward. And there is Sugi ult that comes out, the little Mist Aura, everyone's going to get healed. As Kisane here is getting damage amped by the Mercy. Mercy, though, going to have to get forced to move away from that, try to fly over to another hero here. As we do see, Dominia does have the ultimate just sitting in that background. That payload still has barely moved forward as SNHU here has managed to hold up at this point. As you see, everyone throwing abilities. There is the AoE that came out there. Crazy Cat here holding on the ramp. We do have Kirma trying to go in, playing very aggressive with Mizuki. As Crazy Cat here goes into Nemesis mode and is just going to start hammering that ult. The Annihilation, though, is up. And there is the Hacked coming out, so no one's going to have any of their abilities. Right there going to be high enough to get away from that. He's still going to have his ultimate to pop that out. Quite not able to take anyone out, but Pokemon's there did get rezzed. Is going to be diving in, and there is not quite. Annihilation still is being withheld here. And their Annihilation is out. But you also need enough support here to keep everyone up. Now on overtime. All Sapphire has to do is just basically push everyone off. There goes Fives there. Not going to go after the Mercy. Mercy there going to fall. Trying to turn up Pokemon's. Pokemon's here just focusing on Fives and is not quite able to do it. And there is the end of the overtime there. The 5-player kill streak. And going to go to the next round here with Sapphire stopping them after the first checkpoint.
Switching sides. Initiating match.
I mean, this game has just essentially just been a complete and utter slaughter fest. This is basically more like just gun for more eliminations rather than the objective, which is always entertaining to see every now and then.
Ready for battle.
Not that it matters to me, but try not to hurt
Where is
yourself
he,
out there.
Crazy Guy here gonna go for that Doom Fist. Pokemon's now gonna swap over to Sigma, so we're gonna see We'll see how well that goes. We usually see Bobish playing that one.
I would never spoil the finale.
We do have a Life Stealer this time, or Life Weaver.
5, 4, 3, 2.
And one trick there, going to sit on the Junkrat.
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
There is Kisane jumping into the back line, trying to just cause a little bit of confusing though. It's going to get picked off by Blobfish there. The Frog also going to get one individual. You see Blobfish now going high. Isn't quite able to finish off anyone, but it still got a hit. See one trick there, going to swap over to the Pharah, and immediately Blobfish is going to get taken out after. Gonna push, and there goes Zen. Brevet now down. It's gonna force one of the healers out, and SNHU here isn't really caring too much about that payload. The payload there is kind of sitting in the background, and there we do have at least one person sitting on there. Going forward is you see Pokemon here get singled out. The Crazy Cat see jumping in, gonna go after on the Vendetta. Vendetta there putting that block, is gonna fall there, and the Crazy Cat gonna get that double. That charge here. The hit Blobfish here, getting that headshot on Winston, but Winston there's gonna dive, throw out that shield. It's gonna at least not gonna do too much. We do see one trick there going to the far side of the map here. Kind of curious to see what's gonna happen. As everyone does have that debuff, they're not gonna be able to heal anything. As Blobfish are getting chased down by Pokemon's. Pokemon's there, going and Brevet both gonna take out Blobfish. And we do have everyone now going after. There is the ultimate. There is coming out from the Doomfist. Doomfist here dives in. He's going to take out Kermit the Frog. Going to quickly punch Yana. Now going after Juno. Juno gonna not, maybe will get away just by sitting above on that ledge right there. Still not able to finish it off. Is going to be able to punch Juno out of the air there. Still just barely up. And there we go. As we do see Winston sitting at that top. All alone right now. Gonna just go ahead and leap. And that is going to be that checkpoint is about to be hit here.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
And there is that checkpoint. As you see, going after the Juno is going to miss that shot there. Blobfish is not able to finish it off. The Crazy Guy here jumping in. Going to get focused on by the Winston. Several of his teammates. Kusune, they're going to get is going to get picked off there, but so is it Blobfish. Both of them down, at least one DPS player here. Pokemon though, going to take out a support, both supports, and that's going to at least force Sapphire here to go back. Oh, maybe a little bit, as you do see the Doomfist and one trick here, pretty far ahead. However, that payload though is still going forward. There's one trick here, trying to just stay away from the Winston at all costs. And we see Kermit the Frog here, gonna go in. There is that Life Weaver ult coming out. The tree is now down. There comes the High Noon. Trying to at least get someone, is not quite able to get it. Is gonna get pushed back, and that High Noon is going to go away. So now Winston jumping in. And there's a Bear ult, getting two individuals. Both of the supports from Pearl are now down. That is going to be a huge win for Sapphire, as Winston now going to rampage on his payload, trying to keep everyone away from it. Being the last man standing, still just running around. Might get picked off here. Doomfist does have ult as well. And we see Pokemon there are going to get punched, and that is going to be it for that one. I see Brevet here coming out. Or not Brevet. Yep, no, Brevet with the Juno. There is that Ultra Ray coming down. Going to dive in here. Going after Life Weaver, we're going to get stuck on one of those pedals. Trying to keep Fives alive here, as that payload is just sitting there with three of Pearl's players on it, and as the Sapphire here is going to be forced to regroup a little bit. Pokemon's here diving onto Crazy Cat. They're going to punch. It's going to at least get that stun off. Blobfish though now swapping off of Widow. We're going to go over to the Cassidy. Volunteer jumping in for the dive. As meanwhile, everyone else is on this payload here. Does decide to jump back here. Might be going after the support. Not quite able to hit the Juno, but Juno there going to fall. Burberry going to get taken out. And there's another punch coming in now, turning all the Winston. And there's that elimination. And that is going to be game 3. And it's going to go to Sapphire.
Play of the game.
Let's see the play of the game from Blobfish. Going on is going to take out the Mercy there. Going to dive in. Going to get another headshot here on the Ombre. And they're going to get another one just right there at the very end. So Sapphire is going to take the dub in that category for this first game. There is another, but if you're not going to stay and watch, make sure you hit all of those links below. You get all the likes, subscribe to know when we're going live. But like I said, there is going to be another game, so the stream will not end, but we will be going on a break. The next game is supposed to start at 8 o'clock, so we have about an hour, and we will be back. See you then. Everyone, welcome back to SNHU Sports. It is now the second game of the night, and it is going to be SNHU Sapphire against UAH Blue. So it should be pretty entertaining. We already saw Sapphire play the first game here. And it's going to be control as always, and we're gonna go to Busan. Definitely something that we typically don't see all that often. From what I hear in the from the grapevines, there is a Lucio ban. But there is still waiting on the next ban to be selected here. But Busan's pretty entertaining. Kind of curious to see. Kind of curious to see what people are going to bring out. If I had to guess, Blobfish will probably go for a Diva, maybe. Busan's usually a pretty good map there to for a dive composition, especially with Diva. Pretty quick, pretty agile to move around with. But kind of just a quick recap. I mean, Sapphire has already played one game. They won the last game against the EEC against the Pearl team 3-0 last week for EEC. It was a 0-3 loss for Sapphire, so I'm sure they're eager to do a turnaround from that. Kind of curious to see what's next. And there's not going to be a tracer, so we will have no tracers. There will be no annoying pulse bombs that are going to come up. However, so we have no sound wave or no sound barrier, no pulse bombs. So that's going to be a little bit of shields gone and a little bit of surprise damage going to go away, especially it's no longer a tracer. You're going to be able to not be able to pick off squishy people as they try to run away, which I mean isn't too big of an issue. I mean, there's other heroes that can basically do the same thing. I mean, you got Soldier and Wish it's Railgun. And another one you could probably use Hanzo, but I mean, control on this one at least. Depending which Busan map you get, Hanzo's probably not going to be super helpful. So I mean, you still got Soldier and you got the Soldier. Omre probably well. Super helpful. Just because, I mean, it's tight corners, you could probably get around them quickly, but it's gonna, I think it really just depends on, it's gonna be the first map that they go to. And speaking of the first map, it's this one, so, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to throw these there. So, I mean, so looking here, Crazy Cat there is on the Symmetra, though I don't think that Symmetra is gonna be for that teleport boost. UAH though does have a Mei, a Sojourn, a Ram, Siri, and then there is the Juno, SNHU, doing the Vendetta. We have the Echo. There's the Diva for Blobfish, Juno, and Wu Yang is out. We see Crazy Guy here already going to be going into rush there, but none of the teams are going to go through that low spot. But here they're going to just go for this high ground. They're going to start exchanging poke damage here. As you see, it looks like UH Blue is taking a little bit of worse for wear damage here, going after Blobfish here. Blobfish is going to get forced out of mech. He's going to get solo. Is going to get trapped by the Mei there, cut off from the rest of the team, and SNHU here are going to have to fall back as that point now is starting to turn orange. Be able to keep the Blobfish there, but here comes the explosion orbs from Echo. Little nades there. From here, just trying to get around on the flanks. Still gonna go pretty high. I mean, and there is the railgun as Umbra there gets a headshot and picked off. Everyone here stuck in this hallway. No one's quite able to get it. This Crazy Guy here might be trying to go a bit forward. Isn't going to get anyone with that latch. When you see Blobfish here now kind of poke from the side. Blobfish here getting focused on by a lot of the other teams, getting forced in. They're going to that corner with that Ram beam, that Nemesis mode is going to be an issue. See everyone turning on the Mei there. And SNHU here trying to get something rolling as you see Blobfish flying around, trying to create some space. Kermron there are going to get focused on by the Ram. Going pretty high up there, does have the ultimate now. Might be, nope, gonna throw the Ray out. The Ram there going to fall as well as the Juno. And there's another elimination as Soldier in there going to fall. And that is going to be a win in that fight for SNHU as they now control this point. And it kind of looks like SNG are gonna take one out of UAH's playbook here. Ram does have the ultimate, so Annihilation is up, or it can't be used, but Mei also has that ult, and there's Wu Yang ult coming out. Not quite able to finish off anyone, but Soldier in there gonna get that overcharge. Is going to definitely manage to do a lot of damage here. The charge up, gonna miss that shot on Blobfish. Blobfish though, sitting with that deep bomb, doesn't quite get it out. In time there for the bomb to go off, and gonna get gonna get focused on there and take it out by Soldier. This here just is struggling to get onto this point right now. You see that UAH really is controlling those entry points, putting a lot of focus. Even if they're letting SNHU in, you always have at least 2 or 3 people guarding those, already watching these points, and they quickly go into focus. There's a Kisune Rush coming out, and there comes out the Annihilation from Vespid here. It's going to get forced back as now no one's doing enough damage. He's going to go to pick that thing up. There is the Serial in, as well as the Orbital Ray coming out from Juno. And there is Snowball coming out, and it's going to force SNHU here off the point as Blobfish still holding on just for a little bit. There is the D-Bomb coming out. Is it going to get anyone? Not quite. No one's going to fall there. Blobfish there tries to get back in the back. It's going to be able to get back in the back and stay in this fight here as some of this team is finally getting back onto the point to be able to reset it. As you see Crazy Cat here sitting in that Venture. As Kermron here going high, trying to take out the Soldier, and he's going to be able to take out that Soldier. And everyone's going to turn looking at Blobfish. Blobfish getting pushed out of mech, being kept up by the Wu Yang. Is going to fall there, and now quickly turn on the Wu Yang, and that is going to be the first point in this match. It's going to go to UAH. We'll see what's going to happen in round 2. Oh, we're going for the big drum map. Okay. Kind of curious. It looks like SNHU here going to go ahead and swap out. The Blobfish there is going to come off of the Diva. Going to go for more of the Sigma. Much more of a normal pick for him. And so is Vespid. Going to be 2 Sigmas here. Looks like Opal Bison is going to go for that Genji. So we'll see if Kermron there is going to stay on Echo, or he might have to go Genji to counter the Genji. Look there as we see Crazy Cat. He's trying to get a couple of headshots off. Jumping in. We see both of the Sigmas just kind of duking out there in the center. Both trying to wait for their supports. We see Soldier in there coming off to the side. There's the stun coming out, and Kermron and Blobfish, they're going to be getting up Vespid. Going in on the history here, trying to pick the supports off. Crazy Cat, though, is going to take out Soldier, and there goes the Juno. That's going to be less healing for for UAH, and SNHU here is going to take the point. Vespid, though, is going to swap over to Winston. That's going to be pretty entertaining overall. Not entertaining, but it's going to be interesting to see since Winston is one of those dive here. Tries to go for that rock on the Genji. Misses the Genji just as Genji gets find that cover. And now we see SNHU trying to hold him off at the entry point. Blobfish looking around. There is Winston going to jump on the backline supports here. Is going to get hit by Prim Run there with those, just the explosion, the little grenades, I guess, from Echo. And there is Opal Bison there going to fall to Crazy Cat, and that's going to allow us to continue to hold this point. SNHU flopping the last result here, so we might be going to round 3, potentially, depending on how this plays out right now. SNHU at 50%, they're over halfway now to capping this point, as we do see Crazy Cat. Just have that ultimate in the background. We do see here the Flux coming out from Blobfish here. It doesn't look like he got any eliminations out of his current run here. Did copy the Vendetta. And try to get a little bit of counterplaying. And Worm here working from the side. Vespid now on that point, slowly turning it over as we do see Crazy Cat here trying to just get a good line of sight on the Soldier. It isn't going to work as Winston is just able to fire at Blobfish. We see Kitsune Rush coming out right now. And if there's a counter Kitsune Rush to both teams now, we're going to get that movement speed and damage. Excuse me. As you see, there is that overdrive coming in from the Soldier and charging there. Going to take out Blobfish, and SNHU now going to be down their tank. But they still have Crimrun there. Crimrun tries to hold that point, and it's not quite able to do it as the point does flip. SNHU getting to 96% in that hold. Jumping in here as Winston's going to dive in, trying to take out one of the supports, going to go after Umbra here, chasing Umbra down, does have that Rampage just waiting to go off. It's going to leap there, still going to hold on to it. As there's a Flux going to come out from Blobfish here. They both counter shield the other, as there goes that rock. It's going to miss the Winston. It's going to be able to get that stun off. But I have to be careful that Soldier sitting off to the flank can get a couple railgun shots there. It's sitting 52% right now. We see Blobfish, or not Blobfish, Vespid here going after 2 of the supports in that back line. He's going to quickly get back to the team. He's going to leap down there to try to get a little bit of cover going forward.
No one can stop me.
As we do see them all sit around here and fight under that barrier. SNHU is just having a struggle now of trying to get out of this point. As you see now, the Rampage coming out, going after theirs. Kitsune Rush coming out for UNH. Trying to go get stuck on the window there. I'm going to lose out a few seconds on that capture. However, Blobfish did swap over to Diva and is capturing this point right now. So it's at least going to get the timer to go off, providing that Blobfish here can keep the mech going. Going to go after the opposing Kiriko, and it's going to force the Kiriko to back off. See the Vendetta all coming out. The Umbra there going to follow the Vendetta, and it's going to be Blobfish on this point. Is the one keeping this timer up. Going to play up high. Soul holding at that capture at about 75% of the way, a little over that. Going after Vendetta. Vendetta there staying on the point. And that is going to be a 5-player kill streak, and that's going to swap over to SNHU here. SNHU just has to hold it for a little bit, and they do get this objective, making it 1-1. So we are going to see a third map here on Busan.
Score 1-1. Ready for battle.
And here comes everyone's favorite Busan map. Oh, nope, I thought Majork was going to go to Jetpack Cat and maybe drag someone into that train. Seems to be a pretty terrible thing for that to happen right now. Across the board, neither teams are really going to swap too much. Looks like Worm there is going to swap off of the Soldier.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture.
And we do see Blobfish here is going to dive and trying to get a little bit of head here. As we see the opposing team is going to take that high ground. And Crazy Cat, though, is going to get that first headshot off, taking out Worm. From there, going to fall and allow SNHU at least a little bit of breathing room. As one trick, though, is going to fall to the Winston. Winston just dived to the back line and trying to dive after Winston, going to fall to the Widow there. And SNHU has just, now that objective is open, is able for each team. Shrub, they're going to fall. And it looks like they're going to go after the Sombra. Worm now trying to get something working. Looks like Omri probably was not the best option there and decided to elect to switch to the Sombra. Try to get a little bit of more utility use. Get some sabotage, maybe get in the back line and teleport. Kind of cause some havoc. But SNHU here is going to get that first point control.
All systems on optimal level. Wings won't save you from my blade.
On the objective. Round my position.
See here, that point now is going to swap over to UAH. Blobfish here going to sit on the peripherals. Just wait and just kind of just do a little bit of poke damage, wait for the team to regroup before going in and using Crazy Cat. Swapping over to the Cassie. There is the sabotage coming out from the Sombra. That's going to cause a little bit of issues here as Blobfish here is going to go after the Vendetta. Take out that Vendetta. Kerma now going to sabotage the Winston. Not quite. I don't think he was able to quite get that off in time for that shit went down. Blobfish now just trying to cause as much chaos and damage, going after the Winston. Winston, though, gonna leap up, doesn't have shield, drops the shield, and is gonna get picked off there. SNHU is quickly trying to get that point. There is the hack coming out from the Sombra. Trying to go after him, pick them off. Not quite able to finish him. They're gonna fall there, and there's gonna be a team kill there for SNHU. They're going to flip this point, and they're gonna have a little bit of rest before people come back. SNHU here is playing fairly decent back. They're not really playing up close or lower on the high ground or on the low ground for that choke point. Trying to stay up in the air. They do have Blobfish setting up in the front, but Blobfish also does have that ultimate. All he really has to do is just find a nice open spot. And there is that lane coming out, and there is a rush for UAH here, and they're going to rush onto the point. And now there's Blobfish contesting it. Might be able to get this bomb off. Not quite yet. There's a rush coming out for SNHU. There's a hack from the Sombra, and UAH here is going to start taking. It's going to be able to take out Crazy Cat in one trick. That's going to be support and a DPS down. Blobfish, though, is able to live long enough to get that mech down. Jumps into the mech. Is going to go after the Kiriko now. And there is a point did flop back over to UAH. SNHU holding it to about 75% here. So they're going to have to figure out some way to get them off the point, because neither one has been able to really push the other one off the point for any significant amount of time outside of that team kill from SNHU. Only a few more to go. There's that Tidal Blast coming. Not going to be able to get too much off of it. Kerman there going to fall before being able to use the ultimate there. And the point is going to remain in UAH's control. This one's one of those maps, though, too. There's a lot of high ground spots, and you can get your DPS up there, like Widow, or anyone that you really kind of want to sit back. Soldiers are really good for getting up there as well. But it's also kind of the downside, because you're seeing there is a lot of people fighting on these rooftops, and that is kind of slowing down the progress here. So SNHU is just trying to get to this point. But Kermon did copy the best bit here, so we do have a copy of a Winston, and there is a server issue, and that is going to force a and yeah, so we're back to the first game. There's going to be a pause. There's going to be some technical difficulties here. What happened last week? Yeah, it was last week. What happened last? Yeah, it happened last week. Typically, the ruling what's going to happen is they're going to play a single round, and then once that single round is done, that they will. Whoever wins that one round will get that point. But as the players are working on deciding what exactly is going to happen, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back when they get back into the game. Hello everyone, we are back. So unfortunate such fortunate news, I guess, depending on how you really look at this. Since the server closed down during the game, we have to completely restart that whole game. So it is gonna be like those first two rounds never happened, and the players are gonna be going at it once again. On the bright side, on the bright side, if you really, really love Overwatch and really, really love watching Overwatch, you will have plenty of entertainment tonight.
5,
Um,
4, 3,
yeah, I don't really
1.
know what to say after that. It's just one of those things. Anyway, we are now going to get underway. I'm really hoping One Trick here is gonna throw someone off the ledge now that he's on One Trick, or not One Trick, on Jetpack Cat. It'll at least be entertaining to watch. Blobfish there, gonna push to the advantage here. Is gonna start diving in towards the other team. We do see One Trick here going is gonna hit that back line, try to keep everything up. You see Diva diving in there. Blobfish is gonna at least get one pick, or at least attempt to cause some confusion there. Best fit though, still up. Is this a Diva on Diva battles? We're gonna see which mech happens to just stand out the longest. Which, I mean, at this point, it might just base be off of cosmetics. There's just, you know, use preference, I guess. You see Crazy Guy here, you're going to sit up, and there is the quick Symmetra. Symmetra, they're going to get kicked out of the air, and that's going to be an unfortunate loss for UAH there, as they're going to be down a DPS and a support now. You see Chroma here trying to go in to finish off the Vendetta. Vendetta's still up, going to be in that dash, and there is going to get support from the fresh new individuals that are going to come onto the fort here. As UAH here still has control of this point, they're sitting at about 30% now. Blobfish now does have that ultimate for Diva. Is going to launch up into the air. Hopefully try to get someone. And it does at least get the Sombra. Sombra there going to fall. And now going to go after the Juno here. And that is going to be enough time for them to swap this point over. And SNHU here going to have control of it. You see both teams right now. It's Christina Rush coming out for SNHU here. So they're now going to try to keep UAH here out of the zone by just trying to come from the sides. Blobfish here playing pretty aggressive. You see Sombra now retreating back. Blobfish, they're going to try to get high in a way to get a little bit of health back. And try not to soak up as much damage as possible, though. Worm is going after Crim Run, trying to cause a bit of damage. You see Sombra now did go into the air there, so could be anywhere. And there is another server crash. There's gotta be some kind of issue with the server code. I do not quite understand what is happening. But we do have this lovely cinematic tour going on here. As the players themselves are getting ready. We see some spawning going on. So we are now going to begin game 4. I think it's game 4. Game 4 or game 5. One of the two for control. I've never seen a control game go on for this long.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
And everyone is going to go back to the lobbies here. Looks like there's going to be discussions. Maybe try to get some kind of communication going on. But while everything's getting worked out, we're going to go back to another break. I don't know how long it's going to be, but we will be right back once the game starts if we have another update. Everyone, we are back. So we do have they made a whole new lobby. It's still the Tracer and Lucio bands. We think it was Busan. That might have been the map that was crashing it. So hopefully, we will be able to get this underway. Like 54
Ready for battle.
minutes behind schedule as normal. We normally would be, but yeah. It'd be a pretty fun time. So, kind of see what's gonna happen. We got two divas. One trick here is not gonna be able to. Well, no, one trick could still grab someone and eat them off the edge here. Let's see what happens. We do see Bloffish though is gonna get it carried by the jetpack cat. Gonna go high ground. The opposing diva now gonna jump up through the little jump pad there, and so is the Vendetta gonna go Opal Bison. Almost like Bison. Bison there going to just start wailing on Bloffish. Bloffish though did back off into the far side. We see Firmon here sitting the far side as both teams are just sitting pretty high up. But looks like now that the objective is open that they're going to start dropping down. SNHU here going to get pushed off this point and forced to play further back as we see Vespid now going after Umbra. Umbra, they're going to get caught out there and finished off as we see Blobfish now struggling to get there going on. Kremlin though is just keeping everyone up. As we see now, Crazy Guy, they're trying to finish off the right there, not quite able to finish up. Run though is going to fall there, getting focused on, and that point is still under UAH control. Which caused a little bit of a slowdown here. As everyone else is just doing a little bit of poke damage. See Kerman here trying to get some high ground. Is maybe might be able to get one. Not quite able to get Worm there. At least not without Umbra there. They can finish him off. Blobbish here on the point. Trying to force off UAH here. UAH now getting off the point. That point is already turned over and it's about to get flopped for SNHU here. Just a little bit longer. All they need is the opposing diva now sitting on that point, dropping down there, looking around, gonna get hit by Kernman there, throwing the grenades out. That point still being contested right now. As we see Blobfish here, or Vespid just gets the mech back, and we do see Kernman here going to copy the Ombre here, and there is the ultimate coming out from the diva, or the Casino Rush coming out there, and is still being contested here as no one is able to really get any good grips and force them off here. And as Gremlin was just about to get that ultimate, runs out of time there for the transformation. Overtime still being held as neither team is just able to finish off the other. And there they go, finally take out Opal Bison, and SNHU here is going to flip this point, and they're not going to have to hold on to this point the entire time, because if it gets flipped and no one's on there, that timer is going to instantly go away. You can see here, both teams are facing off as both of their supports and healers are just trying to keep them up. See that Blobfish here is going dive, pushing him back towards the spawn. Quickly dive back, taking a lot of damage in the process there. But SNHU is still holding them at the start here. Really where they want to keep them, force them from going out. And we do see one trick here is waiting to grab someone. There is the ultimate coming out from the Vendetta. Vendetta though gonna get quickly picked off as there is Deepa Bomb here, gonna get hacked there, going after. There goes the bomb. It's probably not quite able to get anyone there. Blobfish now back in mech. Gonna start going after this Symmetra. Symmetra though is gonna try to teleport away. And we do see One Trick grabbing the Kiriko. They're going to throw the Kiriko off the ledge here. 10-player kill streak. And that is going to waste some more time for UAH here as they are struggling now to get onto this point.
We've got trouble.
Let's see. Kitsune Rush comes out, so everyone's going to get that move speed as the opposing team is rushing down to get to, rushing over to that other entrance here. Coming a Crazy Cat, going after Shrubby here. Shrubby, though, is going to get picked off by Blobfish. And that point, though, is quickly turning over. Someone needs to get over there and hit that overtime. And probably no, and they do. SNHU is able to get to that point just barely, as there are several members of UAH here sitting there. We see One Trick now sitting above the point, trying to go after that Sombra is going to cause issues. Crazy Cat there going to get picked off. And there goes that timer in the first round. Round here is going to go to UAH.
Score 0-1. Ready for battle.
So, I mean, pretty good tactic overall if you want to try to keep the opposing team here. And you have, like I said, it's the issue of, like, if you push out too far, every now and then you might have someone get in the back line, and if you're focused on going after those eliminations, it's kind of hard to counter that. But as you can see here, we are on this second round here. SNHU taking this high ground pretty early on. Bespit is going to swap over to the Zarya. And that's going to cause a little bit of annoyance for SNHU because there are those bubbles, and those bubbles are going to charge that ultimate. And we all know what happens with Zarya ults here. Just sucks everyone in that, and just it'll just give everyone a pretty good chance of doing a lot of damage. However, SNHU here is going to have control of this point for the first touch on this point. And are going to be able to keep it. Umbra there does keep One Trick in the game. Right there going to get picked off there by Crazy Cat and Blobfish. As we do see UAH here trying to go in the back line. Zarya, though, sitting at like 65% right now. The ultimate is quickly coming up, and that point now is going to flip as SNHU here is slowly getting picked off. They're down 3 individuals. Kermund and One Trick being the one individuals up, but One Trick does have the ultimate from Jetpack Cat, so it's going to be one of those situations where someone's probably going to get grabbed, and I don't know who. If it's the Zarya, I mean, that's probably a pretty good thing to go for. We see Blobfish here sitting just high enough to stay out of Vendetta's rage. Kermund, though, does have ult as well. So there could be at least a copy of someone coming up. One Trick still holding on to that Jetpack Cat ultimate. There is both Kitsune Rushes gonna come out. Does use his ultimate, doesn't quite manage to grab anyone yet. Blobfish are still holding on to it. As S'mores is gonna get picked off there because Cat's holding on to the ultimate, is gonna get a slash there, and Worm and S'mores both falling. That is a team kill for SNHU. And they're going to be able to flop this point over. SNHU here going, trying to hold this point though. There's Vendetta, does have the Zarya Zarya bubble there. Crazy Cat there going to unleash that ultimate from the Vendetta. Blob is still holding on to the D-Bomb. That D-Bomb will be incredibly helpful if it's timed in the right spot and can catch a group of people off guard. There is the Umrai all coming out, trying to go after. He's going to be able to take out Worm there. Worm there going to fall. Now everyone's turning onto the Zarya. Zarya there going to try to get around, and that bomb does take out the opposing Vendetta, but not the Zarya. That percentage is still going up for SNHU, sitting at 75%. They're over a quarter of the way, over 3/4 of the way for them to even out in this second round here. The Blobfish is going for that high ground. So you have to worry about those flanks coming up. Does give some space there, and there is a Juno Ray coming down the Orbital Ray. They're going to get some damage, some health to anyone who's standing in it. S'mores are going to go for that melee. We're going to take out Crim Run. Diva or Blobfish, they're going to get kind of stuck in that hallway. One trick they're going to fall, and so is Umbra, and Blobfish doesn't last for much longer as well. All SNHU now has to do is just push onto the point and take it back, and this point will go to them. SNHU here is slowly, slightly spread out. We do see one trick though. Is going for that pounce. Didn't quite get anyone out of that. Isn't quite able to get anyone. And there is the Opal Bison there with that, holding that. Did have ult and just gonna double kill that ult. And SNHU here is down 3 people already. And it looks like they're gonna have to figure out something very, very quickly.
Down where you belong. Let the kids.
And SNHU there not quite able to get anyone onto that point. And this first point is going to go to UAH. Let's see what the play of the game is.
Play of the game.
It's going to be Crazy Cat on the Vendetta. See him going in here and get that slash. Oh, it's going to be where I think takes out. Takes out Shrub there. S'mores quickly falls, and there's the right there. Going to be able to take that out, but we don't get to see it. Unfortunate there. It is a little too short. SNHU there is going to lose that first round of control. However, they do have the option now to pick which map they want to go to and which mode. So, I mean, there's Push, Escort, Hybrid, and Flashpoint. I don't think we'll go to Flashpoint this early on. My guess would probably be on a Hybrid or an Escort map. Probably, potentially. I don't think we'll see a Push. Since Push is kind of one of those very finicky game modes for teams and how the composition works. We'll see what's going to happen. I know the teams probably are going to have a small discussion, maybe change up some strategies here when they're looking at the map, trying to figure out what is going to go on next. So we will be right back when this next game starts. Hello everyone, we are back. It's gonna be hybrid. It's gonna be Numbani here. Gonna be the hybrid. Gonna be loads of entertainment. I'm sure one trick is probably gonna be running around on Lucio. Probably not really. It's probably not gonna happen. It's kind of really tight now, but you never know. But there are also not too many places I could think of that you can really get grabbed here. So probably won't see, I think, yeah, so. Should be a pretty standard composition. I kind of am curious to see if Blobfish is going to pull a Doomfist, or, I mean, the Diva can work here. It's just going to soak up damage coming this way, in one direction, but they also have to worry about the high grounds here, to worry about the Widow spots. Obviously, Ana, if they want to put an Ana up in one of those windows as well. But I am eager to see how it's going to go. See how everything plays out. I'm kind of like, with like last game, like I think that first round, like they SNHU put out a little too much, and they weren't really paying super close attention to that point, as we saw. The other Diva was able to get in. So there is an Echo ban and there is the Zarya ban. So there will be no Echo getting played here. And Blobfish, though, is going to go with the Diva. One trick is going to be on the Zen. Umbra there, swapping up to the Baptiste. Remember, going on the Genji. So, pretty standard composition. We have our lovely little bit there. So, and SNHU here is going to be which, I mean, reality, I think it's better to play the attack second. As you see, everyone going around now, trying to hold this point, and not really going to hold that point, that slow point. As Vespid now is going to jump in there, is going to get caught out between the opposing Diva. You see Vendetta now going in. Blobfish there going to move across, get back off us, but they're going to fall back. And so far, no one's really touching this point. No one's able to get up to it quite yet. We do see Vendetta going into that close space, though. Doesn't last very long, as one trick just kicks them, and that's it. There is a Frey on the other team, so that's going to potentially cause some issues here. Depending on those what happens. Blobfish, though, is going to get pushed out of mech. That's going to be a little bit of slowdown. Now just going to have to rely on hitting as many things as possible to try to get this mech up as quickly. Turn run there, going to start backing off. As you do see, everyone now going on the Blobfish. Blobfish are going to get picked off by Vespid and the Vendetta. Crazy Cat going to come down here. Does have the immortality field that the meter there is filling up pretty quickly here for this payload, as SNHU here is pushed off that point, and there is the first checkpoint reached. So now that payload is going to start moving for UAH. Everyone here just trying to go in. There is the dive. There comes the Umbriel coming out, looking after the Diva. Is it going to be able to finish off that Diva after Winter got the mech out? There goes the Freya. Maybe not quite able to finish that Lucio. Lucio now going to rush back around the corner towards the spawn for the rest of the UAH team. UAH. The Vespid and Blobbish here are both going at each other as Crimron there is facing off in the off end. See, there is the Kitsune run coming out. Everyone here is getting picked off as Vespid, as UAH is pushing SNHU off and away here as that payload is getting much closer here.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
And that payload there gonna already pass that second checkpoint. SNHU here is gonna have to figure out something if they want to. There is a dive coming in from the Vendetta. Opal Bison there jumping in is going to be one of Smo's there. It's just being able to pick off a lot of SNHU's players here. Not too much of Pentagram or Crimron there trying to dive in. See, now we're gonna have a ramp coming out here. Vespid though is going to fall pretty quickly there as Blobfish trying to just absorb as much of the damage coming up here. Crimron already having that sword out is gonna go ahead and pop the Genji ult, diving in, going after. He's gonna be able to finish off the Lucio and goes after that Freya. And SNHU here is able to keep this payload just literally minuscule, a few inches off of this point here. It's going to keep them in the game as that payload now is going to be moving backwards.
Excellent work.
See here, Shrub there keeping everyone up as Crimron there is forced to take a little bit of high ground. Crazy Cat sitting on that ult, so is Blobfish with the Flux. So SNHU at least has a couple of ultimates that they can use. However, the opposing character does have the Cinerage, and there's a Suzu, so not too much is going to happen there. But at least they force that Suzu out. There's not going to be any cleanseability here. There's a Kitsune Rush coming out, as well as Crazy Cat here. Jumping in is able to take out the Vendetta, and is at least able to force everyone away from that point just a little bit longer. Vespid though, still up, and that payload now is going to start moving towards the final checkpoint here. Going to keep going, and it's still moving here. As Worm there is just keeping everyone at bay. Blobfish though sitting on this payload, just trying to be the last man defense. There is the ramp ult as well, so now it's going to come out, and that's just going to be enough to force enough people away from this. And first point here is going to be, or well, going to hit all 3 checkpoints.
Initiating match.
SNHU here is going to have to make it all 3 checkpoints to even this out. And at least from the get-go here, UAH, they do hit that tiebreaker round. That they're going to have 2 minutes and 11 seconds to get everything rolling. Blobfish, though, going to swap over to the ball. Overall, pretty standard lineup. Crazy Cat now going to swap over to the Tracer. Fortunately, or also what Tracer.
Me too. Better late than never.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Now about to get underway.
Defend objective A.
As is you now on the attack. You see Wormir playing high, trying to get a couple of lucky explosive shots off. Not really able to quite do anything. Blobfish though going to be forced back. Opal Bison though is going to take out Umbra. It's going to force SNHU to back off a little bit here as they're now down one of their support players. SNHU here just seems a little stuck. And trying to get onto this point as we're slowly making a push, but not a whole lot of progress going on. Worm though is going to take out one trick they're going to fall, and that's going to force Blobfish here to dive back into for some protection, while Vespid now is just going to be able to sit there and jump up to that point. And to get away from everything, as both teams now are going to have to do a little bit of regrouping as we see Blobfish here trying to come around to that far side. Kerman there. Blobfish diving, not quite diving yet, but he's trying to focus on the opposing D.Va, trying to get some space here. You see Crazy Cat going after the back line there. He's going to be able to take out Shrub there, so there's going to be no Kirikos on either side, as both the two people on each team are going for one of the supports. S'mores though is going to get caught. Maybe potentially S'mores are going to fall. So at least there is 2 minutes, seconds here where there's no support up there for UAH. Cause you got here once again, just aim from the people from the side. Vespid though still yet to fall. Everyone now focusing on trying to force out everything here. There is the Boa ultimate from Freya that could come out. Blobfish though gonna dive in there, or sends bombs out, takes out S'mores and the Worm. Yeah, everyone's trying on the D.Va. There's another D.Va bomb coming out, and Vespid there is gonna be able to take out Kremlin, and that's gonna gain a free mech. Drop back in, and Chris Cat now going after the Kiriko. Then not gonna quite able to finish it, as Opal Bison here just pops that Genji out. It's going after everyone in sight. Here does have the ultimate there for Tracer, so that little pulse bomb. There's another explosive shot here. This guy's just trying to cause a little bit of confusion on the side, do a little bit of poke from the side. SNHU here just struggling to get to this point. They were able to at least get the first 1/3 of it captured, so they still have a little bit here to go. And there's Kitsune Rush coming out from UAH here, as UAH is going to take advantage of it. Push down and going after Blobfish here. Firma here going to get surrounded by several of the players. One trick is trying to stay up in the air, as they are now going to back off here, as they just force everyone to back off a little bit. And there is the Kitsune Rush coming out. Blobfish here is going to get picked off. There's, as we see Kerman here launching out the ult. Going after the D.Va. It's not quite able to force the D.Va out of mech. D.Va there going to survive that onslaught. Quincy Cat does take out Shrub there, going after D.Va here, trying to dive in. And everyone is going to be at net zero. We do see, looks like Quincy Cat did grab someone, but he's not quite far enough. And SNHU here now grabbing this point. SNHU here now is going to take this point, and they're going to leave Crimrun here to sit on the payload.
Clear the payload.
What else is new? Nothing gets past me.
Blobfish here is holding on to that ultimate, as he is. Blobfish here is going to play a bit further up. Try to just keep them from being able to push up and maybe keep them along for that payload. It keeps moving. However, that payload is not moving. It is now moving again and getting across the board. I mean, there's 2 ultimates. Both D.Va ults are up, and we do have the Boa ult from Freya. that can come out at any time here. Trying to see who is going to pop that D.Va ult first. There goes the D.Va ult coming up. He's not going to be able to get anyone off of that. But Obsidian there does take out Umbra. The SNHU is going to be down one of the supports, and there goes Crazy Cat. As SNHU now has to fight for control of the payload once again. As UAH here is sitting on it. Doubleheader is going to force his way up to the point here. There's a Kitsune Dash coming out for SNHU. Doubleheader going to be pushing a bit forward. They're going around this corner here, forcing him in to keep their attention as that payload is slowly creeping up here. SNHU has about 40 seconds left in this round, or this match here, unless they hit. There's a opposing Kitsune Dash coming out, and there is Opal Bison here just diving onto SNHU, going after Doubleheader there, and there is not quite able to finish it off as Doubleheader there going to get picked off before anything can happen with that mech. 20 seconds remaining. SNHU needs to get something going here. As one trick now, just moving around to the side of the map. Looks like might be getting ready for a flank.
10 seconds remaining.
Doubleheader though is going to swap over to the Doofus. Maybe try to swap a little bit going. Try to play a little bit more aggressive going on. And Worm there going to get a nice few rounds off. And there is the Genji going to get grabbed by one trick. There is the bow coming out, and there goes the explosion. Kerman there did get saved by Umbra, but did not last much longer after that. As you do see, Vespid here already sitting on another D.Va ult. Is trying to fight whatever they can to get this, to get Doomfist off. Doubleheader here just becoming a real pain for UAH. He's just, as Doubleheader there is not quite able to finish it off, and that's another point to UAH.
Play of the game.
It's gonna be Shrub. In here, he's gonna be able to take out one trick there. Turns on into Crazy Cat and does take out Umbra there, as Blobfish is just trying to throw a rock. Quite miss it, or wasn't quite able to hit it there. So see how that goes. It is going to be still one more game at least for this match points here. Kind of curious to see what's gonna get swapped around. Maybe composition change a little bit. It's just not quite able to get onto those points, and if they could get onto the points, it was just really struggling to maintain enough pressure to really take out UH players, as they maybe took out one or two of them. And there wasn't too much to go on. But the players are going to go for a quick little break in between this match. So we'll be right back when this next round begins. Everyone, we are back. And we're gonna go to push. It's gonna be on run because I am horrible at pronouncing that name, and I refuse to say it because I can't pronounce it. Anyway, Runasapi maybe? I don't know. It's something like that. But really interesting map. As we see when you get in there, the central point is kind of on the street. Is on the street. They're gonna go into like it's kind of like a large. It's kind of like a plaza, but it's kind of like a plaza on the side. But people will go in. The robot will be there. There is like this tower that's you can run through, which will be kind of annoying for the tanks because of DPS. And some of the supports will like to sit in there. And just kind of cause a little bit of havoc. This is gonna be match point as well. So SNHU has to win here. I'm kind of curious to see what exactly they're gonna do. There is gonna be no jetpack cat, and there's not gonna be a soldier. So, see how that plays out. But I mean, there's not a whole lot. I don't think there's a whole lot of use for jetpack cat on this map anyway. Just how it's set up. I wonder if CMA here wouldn't be a bad pick. Just because you set the ice wall up and try to separate everyone. May's definitely not a bad pick. Depending on the play style here. But I'm fully expecting this to be just a full-on like dive. As we are now underway. As both teams are going to be rushing. Or about to begin rushing in about 10 seconds to the point here. And there is going to be a May. So we are going to see the ice wall. However, Blobfish, though, is swapping over to Junker Queen. And Vespid is going back to the Zarya. So, two wonderful tanks that everyone really loves. Yeah, here you go. We're getting to the robot point. It's this kind of weird plaza thing where the streets kind of turn, and yeah, it's just not fun at all because you have all these walls sitting up here. Obviously, you have UAH here is going to start pushing into SNHU, trying to go for those side pushes there. Crazy Cat was able to throw up a wall there to kind of start separating. We see Blobfish trying to go after S'mores there on Lucio. That Lucio has kind of been an issue the entire time. Vespid, though, is going to get pushed back, and there is that shield coming up, so there's going to be a little bit of recharge for the Zarya, and there is that shout. And there is the Kiriko sitting in the back line, still alive. It's Blobfish. It's just watching them there for a little bit. Is that now we are pushing this robot?
Hey, keep pushing or get shot.
Everyone here. Crazy Cat there is going to take out Worm as we see Blobfisher trying to hold on to this robot. Vendetta, though, is going to start blocking. There's that Mei wall coming up, but doesn't keep Vendetta away from their team. As One Trick here does get a save. And there is another crash on the server at the start of that. I have no idea of what's going on. I don't under I don't understand what exactly is going on with the service today. But looks like it's going to be another restart here, as at least we didn't completely crash the entire server.
Ready for battle. Five, four.
Well, all the teams now are gonna begin once again. Though Kermon there is gonna go on the Bastion, so we'll see how that works out. Blobfisher going over to the Sigma, but Vespa here, or Vespid, not Vespa. Vespid there is gonna stick with the Zarya, and we do see a soldier coming out. So it's gonna be a little bit more interesting here. There is gonna be Chris Getho is gonna stick with the Mei. I think it's a good idea. The Mei is good utility pick here. There goes that rock. Does not quite get through the Zarya shield. As SNHU here now is playing pretty aggressive, going in onto the Zarya. Vespid there gonna get taken out, and that is now gonna push the robot towards the UAH side here. As we see everyone chasing down some of the UAH team from our side. Worm there now going to have to go the long way around, as the robot now still moving forward. However, it seems a lot of players now are back in the group, as Kermon there getting ready to move around. One Trick trying to get rid of the soldier going after. Does manage to pick off soldier there. And now turning on, and there goes Lucio, and SNHU here is now pushing it closer to that next spawn point. Now they have a new spawn point to come out of. As we see, everyone here going around this point, there is going to be a ram swap here. And there is also going to be another Bastion. So we now have 2 Bastions coming up, and there is the ultimate ready. Kermon there, we're going to go ahead and pop that ultimate, going to drop it down there. Maybe we'll get someone, not quite, but it does cause at least enough chaos. And there's another team kill. There's a team kill for SNHU, and they're now going to keep this payload, not payload, they're going to keep this robot moving. Play super aggressive here, trying to get, just trying to keep some pressure on. Blobfish does have Flux up, so Blobfish at any point can just unleash that on a couple of players and maybe get a couple people off. Speaking of Flux there, Flux can go down. Opal Bison going to fall, and there is the Mei ult as well. Perfect combination there. That's going to take out a lot of the UAH team there, and that robot's just going to keep on moving. Yeah, there is the Bastion. They're going to hit the rock immediately. There comes Vespid out on the ram. Rando going to get quickly eaten by Crimrun there, and that it is almost there. There is the Lucio all coming out, so it's going to be a little bit of a buff. And trying to get, there's one more left on there, and that is going to be clear. And SNHU here going to win the push here. And as the teams...
Play of the game.
I don't even know how to that was just an amazing round. See here, Kermon there has enough confusion there, and it just causes such chaos there that SNHU is going to get a team wipe out of that. I'm going to get that elimination. So we are going to go to game 4 here. SNHU, though, still on the chopping block, going forward here, but it should be pretty entertaining, and we'll see what is going to be the next round. We will be right back once the next game starts. Hey everyone, we are back with game 4. So it's gonna be Escort, and it's gonna be Havana. So it should be pretty interesting. Bans going around. UAH here did ban Widow. SNHU did go for the Baptiste bans. We will not see headshots galore, and we will not see no one dying ever as long as that field is up. So. Also, no damage boost because there won't be any windows. So we'll kind of see where that sits when they start getting in here, though. They should basically be getting ready here. And again, this is basically sudden death if SNHU does not win. However, I don't think we've had a single game this season go to game 5. Usually it's been by game 3 here. So essentially here going to play on the defense first. Got Crazy Cat staying with 6th May, Crimrun running on the Freya. Pretty standard composition for SNHU. I mean, going across board here, I mean, the opposing team hasn't swapped up too many things from the lineups. They still have that Soldier. We are going to see both Sigmas go head-to-head here. We're not going to get underway as Bobfisher is going to go straight up. And there is that rock from the, not the rock, but the ice wall coming straight up. And there is Crazy Cat going to already take out the Zenyatta. So it looks like SNHU here is going to try to play aggressively and keep them in their spawn for as long as possible. Waste as much time. Normally you would be sitting a little bit further back and letting them come up the street. Or at least fighting them on that street. But doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Opal Bison there is going to get stuck by the wall. And there goes the rock out on Vespa. They're going to do the absorb as Criminal there is just trying to hit the people from the high spot. And Bobfus there is going to have to kind of get back, kind of getting kind of low. And there is the May with the wall. So it looks like UH here can't really do a whole lot, though. SNHU's going to have to be very careful about these flanks. As there is that whole other door opening, and we do see Bobfus is now getting pretty low. Crazy Cat gonna have to use the icicle to stay alive, and Crimrun there is gonna get taken out, but not before taking out the opposing Freya. So, and that's gonna be a team kill for UAH here, and that's gonna give them a little bit of time to freely push up to this first checkpoint. Payload now is coming up. There is the Kisane rush coming out for UAH here as they are now rushing forward. Red team getting that buff that is much needed for them. Blobber's though gonna fall. Crazy Cat gonna take out this. So both tanks are down. The Crum there are gonna get picked off. And SNHU here is just scrambling to try to get something working as Opal Bison still does have that ultimate now. Kiriko though on UH here getting pretty low, but not quite able to finish them off quite yet. And there is his Zen coming out, and there is the ultimate from Bastion. And there's Kiriko out coming out from SNHU. Gonna get a little bit of things going on. There's Flux. Gonna go ahead in the back line, try to get people down a little bit lower. Not quite able to finish anyone off there as Bastion. And there is a counter Flux coming out. And they instantly go down, and Bob is there. Still managed to stay up and just get enough of his healers there to keep him up and start to jump back into full up. There is Snowball coming out now. Going to trap the best pit there in Snowball. Going after Bastion here. Bastion pretty low. Bastion going to get taken out. Now it's just Kiriko. Kiriko they're going to fall. Not quite a team wipe, but it's definitely going to set UNH here back as they now are going to have to fight their way back forward. Both teams here trying to do whatever they can to push around. UAH here does have about 45 seconds remaining to get at least to get their bodies onto this payload, and try to push it into a another checkpoint. Though the May wall does come out and Bloppage there, it's going to try to take a little bit of advantage, but the opposing Sigma there is going to be able to get away. We see Kermon trying to get high enough to just get some damage going down there. You see Vespid here now going to be pushing forward. There is that Kitsune Rush that is banked for UAH here. There is Kitsune Rush coming out to rush forward. There is the wall from the May. They're now on the checkpoint, or the payload here. And Kermon, though, is going to take out Opal Bison. There is not going to be Bastion, so there's going to be no minigun flying right now. But that Zen ult is up. That's going to give them a little bit of time to think what they're going to do here. Bloppage does have that Flux. Is going to be able to take out Vespid. They're going to fall. There is a Kitsune Rush, and there comes Flush. Flux is going to come out, and they're going to not quite be able to finish off anyone. But they were able to keep UAH from getting a single checkpoint.
Score 0-0. Switching sides.
So, we'll see what SNHU has, because they now have to get that just up the road just a little bit. We have this lovely, lovely cinematic tour as always. Thanks to our lovely spectator. So always fun time getting this little cinematic tier of these maps. So SNHU here going to basically stick to the same composition. There is going to be a Zenyatta, so from One Trick. There's also Zenyatta on the other team. However, there is an Ashe and there is a Soldierin still. So it also means that there is the mythical 6-man, which is Bob. And SNHU here it's gonna have to push up, but it looks like UAH here is gonna back off and play close to that high ground. And just try to pick people off from a distance. There's a payload now, already starting to move. Bloppage barrier, though, doesn't last very long, as there is multiple players from UH. They're just firing on it and keeping it down. And we do see Umbra there jumping to Bloppage just to keep some support up. Crazy Cat, though, is going to fall. And we see Soldier in there trying to get some rail guns. And that barrier just not lasting very long for SNHU. They're going to have to figure out a way to get through this. There's a barrier coming from behind. That's before Bloppage to back off, as none of his team's damage or healing can get through that thing. Vespid here playing very aggressively, as they are trying whatever they can do to keep SNHU from advancing this payload forward, but this payload is still creeping up slowly, bit by bit. Playing around these barriers, pillars, trying to get everything going. There's a Suzu coming down. There is the dynamite shot that was going to miss, and there is the explosion. So there's a little bit of AoE. There's a Kitsune Rush coming out. You see Crazy Cat there trying to drops down from above, going after Vespid. Vespid, though, is going to be forced back. And there is a Kitsune Rush coming out there from Umbra, going after playing aggressively, as SNHU here is trying to push as far forward as they can, try to keep going. Krum, they're not going to be able to do it. There is that Flux coming out, though, and there is the Zen ult from UAH, and that is going to be a team kill for UAH, and the SNHU here is going to have to reset and push in.
Barrier initialized. Barrier is nearly spent.
See here, there are 4 ultimates ready for SNHU. Basically, the one who isn't up right now is Umbra, who did use Kitsune Rush. So if SNHU really wanted to launch all of their ultimates, there's not a whole lot that UH can do besides just taking them out. try to get in a good position. We see Blobfish here going pretty aggressively. There is going to be a rush in. There is going to be the ult getting ready. Not quite. There's crazy. Oh! Opal Bison there going for that overcharge, and that is just going to eat away at the push there for SNHU. And one trick there is going to swap off and go for the Lucio. But I guess not going. But Crazy Cat, Crimrun, and Blobfish do have their ultimates. We do have the Flux, we have the Boa, and we definitely have Snowball. So all SNHU has to do is just get UAH in a group setting, and they can just drop pretty much everything. There is that wall coming up. There is Bob coming out, so there is another teammate now on the field. There is Snowball coming out. Gonna go after Vespid. Vespid, though, just puts that barrier up and is going. There's the Flux waiting for it, and there's the Flux getting put down by Blobfish here, trying to go down. Maybe not quite finishing it off. There is the Rock coming down. Not able to finish it. That payload is still moving forward just ever so slightly. SNHU here is just fighting to get any sort of damage going. You see Crimrun just sitting in the top or the top there, just hammering down on Vespid's barrier. There is a Rock coming down. There is a Suzu coming out. And there is a Transcendent. So everyone on the opposing team now is going to be getting healed if they're in that AoE. And SNHU here now loses Blobfish, and Crazy Cat's going to go down. There's only a few more seconds remaining. One trick now going to just drop down on here. There's Kitsune Rush coming out, going for it. Going to try to get onto his overtime, onto the card here. One trick still just holding it all alone here. Does finally get picked off as Blobfish is going to swap over for that Doomfist. Try to get something going as we see Crazy Cat on Tracer going after Zen. Almost finishes Zen off. Then they're going to fall, and I got to quickly get off, but no one's going to get on that payload. So it's going to be a win for UAH. And Blobfish here is going to get the play of the game. Here, oh yeah, goes in, does get this, hits that Rock, is going to take out the Sigma, is going to get this Flux down, is going to go after these supports. Supports here are going to fall pretty quickly. Unfortunately, that is going to be the game for tonight. UAH here going to win 3-1 with SNHU making a comeback on their push game, and they made an impressive start on that escort. They just weren't able to finish it off. Fortunate for them. Good effort as well. So SNHU here is eliminated from the second bracket as well. But as always, make sure you like, subscribe, you hit the links, all the follow, do all the fun stuff so you know when we go live. The other teams that are still in playoffs are going to be coming off of the break this coming week. So there will be League and there will be Rocket League for the two teams that are remaining for sure. We'll see if there's any other fun stuff going on. But we will be back next week. Thank you for watching.